also a true practitioner, and I'm very grateful for your participation today. You have dealt with cyber law, data protection, electronics material components, development, nanotechnology. You are now formulating an India strategy for research and development in materials, photonics, IoT, sensors, and additive manufacturing. A very broad and very visionary field. So thank you very much for accepting to be with us today. You hold a doctorate from the University of Delhi, and in particular, you have worked on rare earth oxides, which is really like the typical strategic raw material that will shape the future of industry. And you are welcome to help us in this session to assess, evaluate, and identify areas of mutual cooperation, mutually beneficial cooperation between EU and India. I've been asked to act as a very strict timekeeper. So I would love if you could give your introductory remark in about 10 minutes and bonus points if it's even shorter so that we can have more exchange with the audience. Thank you very much, Dr. Chajali. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Michael. It's my pleasure to discuss this topic. I have one presentation. Can you show? Uh, Actually, if you see the last 8-9 years of our development after Digital India program, we have actually transformed our economy. Now we are aspiring to have $10 trillion economy, and typically 20%, that is $2 trillion, will come from the digital economy. And if you are talking about digital economy, that is actually not possible without the materials. And that is why the government of India has come up with different manufacturing scheme and investment program, where we are actually taking our core foundation of the digital technology, that is chip manufacturing. And as you all know, if we are talking about today's device, talk about the smartphone, many of the electronics which end or some fixtures or add-on in our smartphone or tab, whatever we are developing in our country, mostly they are the assembled industry, but that is not our goal. So entire component manufacturing system, entire supply chain should be there in our country. So in that entire, aspiration of government of India, circular economy is the only way we can sustain the growth. If you see some of the data, like in the normal pace of economy, of course, I am thinking that it should be much faster than whatever you have seen last 3-4 years because of COVID and other things. If this existing rate of economy, if we grow, then also we will be consuming 30 billion tons of material in electronic and electrical sectors by 2027. Okay, and many of the things, as I mentioned, there are 69 elements to give you a functionality of the smartphone. You are using the screen of a smartphone very frequently here and there. You must know the functioning of that screen require circular economy way of development. It is not possible, and that is how 2021 Niti Aayog, the apex policy making body of government of India, come up with 11 different sectors. One of the action plan, circular economy action plan on electrical and electronics sector, has been devised by our ministry. Of course, there is a resource efficiency India, Ministry of Information Technology has contributed in this space. So if you see uh, this discussion, maybe NITI Aayog has come up in 2021 in 11 different verticals. Way back in 2016 or 17, we have already started talking on this topic. Because see, if you are just talking about the electronic, it will never be possible if you are not designing the device in a such a way that it will be having a longer life, it will be having a recyclability or refurbishability. To use your own smartphone after 2 3 years due to software's doping. Obvious reason I am not discussing this here. So some of the developed country, including USA, come up with right to repair. We are still discussing. So in our CC on EEE sector, there also we got assistance from EU REI and GIZ. And there we found that we have a vast informal sector, around 20, that is 2 million informal operators. They're not doing a good work, but if you are not taking into account in the policy making, rule making, you are missing some point. So we thought that policy paper in 2019 it published. So there we thought that 20 lakhs informal operator should be given a skill, uh, affordable technology, affordable machine, so that this sector can be converted to the different level, the way they are operating. If you see Muradabad, if you see Silampur, their efficiency. I am not very much concerned about environment, which another ministry is looking after. I am concerned about my loss of material in this pollution. So 30% their yield, 70% is losing. They know only gold, they know only copper, maximum silver. They do not have any idea of palladium. They have no any idea of lithium or other metal. They never learn or heard of those things. Maybe they are much costlier than gold. So they are just throwing away. My concern in that. So what we have to do differently, that we should actually get the manual. So second report that was also from Niti Aayog, where our ministry has contributed. It was on rare earth extraction from electronic waste. There we thought or found that we require to have a different type of cluster in the country, mega cluster, where formal and informal should work together. So for informals are very good collectors, but they have to give in a certain financial model so that they can offer those material. They should not process it. So this model, we thought that we should come out with a eco park. But since the subject matter of e-waste is very typical one, all the ministries are saying it is not their subject. Like MOEF is saying we are the regulator. Subject matter goes to MOEF. They are saying we will be regulating only. Our ministry is saying there are power sector is also involved. Telecom is also involved. Why METI will do. So anyway, Eco Park, proposed Eco Park in that document never happened in the country. In the third one, 2021 Circular Economy Action Plan, some of the action plan I can show here. So that action plan, if you say broadly, come out with some of the path-breaking policy piece, like we should define our sustainable product. We should come out with a green skill council. We should come out with some of the mechanism to start green public procurement in the country. We should come out with certain scheme where we should link to our promotional manufacturing scheme like PLI, EMC or specs to some percentage of attraction, that if you are a C index higher, so we'll be giving you 1% extra. So those policy push we have included in the action plan. And
whatever we are doing from 2007 in our ministry, when nobody was talking about US that much, so we have started the cost-effective technology. And now in 2019, we have started, come out with a two major thing: cost-effective technology, skill development, because there were 100 and 500 recycling authorized recycler, but there is no adequate skill set. So we have developed for 21 product, and we are now having a 106 product. So we are now developing the content for skill development, how to dismantle it properly, how to, what are the items are having a hazardous material. So this will be how to be segregated, and how you can enhance the material value for that. So those parts we have already done from 2010. We enter 8 state of Northeast. We have created skilled manpower, entrepreneurs. So we have started from a disadvantaged places because we are government. So NILET Sikkim is the organization through that we have mobilized in the 8 state in the Northeast. Then another project we have done in skill development in Punjab University, Chandigarh, for Haryana, Chandigarh, and Punjab. Another project in our CMET Hyderabad, skill development for Andhra and Telangana. So these are the some of the thing, and after that action plan, you must have seen already some of the action for MOEF, Environment and Forest. They have come out with another version of the rule. So the rule, so that rule has been changed. Now the rule is having a different type of measures, like you have to have a conversion factor, EPR certification purchased by this thing. So these are some of the things in the rule making they have done to make it clean up. Now collection target has been converted to the recycling target. So these are come from the action plan. I'm not going into details. These are all technology repository already have developed our ministry. Printed circuit board recycling, lithium ion battery recycling, hard disk magnet recycling from extraction of the rare earth, WEEE plastic recycling, extraction of solar values from the solar panel. Just now they have introduced in the rule, but we have already have the technology on that. So these are the technology repository we are proliferating through a center of excellence we have developed in 2019 with Telangana government and one of the industry Greenco. So this is a participatory funding initiative where we are creating startups, and for that we have associated with the IIT Hyderabad, where first time in the world AIMTech in e-waste management and engineering has been initiated, and those guys are joining to CMET Hyderabad for as a startup. So this is our entire this is the center of excellence. Now skill development already I mentioned, and we will be having that course content whatever we have developed for 21. Now it is NSQL approved also. So skill development ministry also can use that. So we will be now working from another 78 products they have been introduced in the market. This is one of the things I should mention, that I have found no ministry has done anything on informal sector. First time in the country, Ministry of Electronics has started a program. We will be taking 15,000 informal from the market. We will be train them, giving the technology developed in CMAT, NML and CPET by our ministry freely, and it will be done throughout the country through accelerators. So 30 cluster will be developed first time. And whatever the 500 recycler I'm talking about, they are not doing the end treatment. Precious metal they are not extracting. These 30 cluster will be doing the precious metal extraction. So all the formal sectors can join with them. And once it will be formal sectors and taking a fund from MSME ministry, then GST calculation can also be started. So they will be in the formal fold. Presently, all materials are getting lost and we are not getting any value to our taxation. So this is one of the path-breaking things. We have already started this program, and this is another thing we started in 2022 in February. SPECS program, where 25% subsidy for capital equipment we are offering to whoever is having the state-of-art recycling facility in the country. Now, already one project as held by EU REI. I think they will be publishing those things. So we should also learn what is the available best practices. What are the how do we get our C rating in the country? So how to start with? How to actually augment the informal skill? So that also another thing. So that we have got already those reports with us. That will be helpful for our project to the cluster. So that will be done. So this is all other action in progress. There are a lot of things still required, like subscription model of the equipment in the government system. Why will be going for a purchasing of computers? We should see the services. So those things, I know, job in progress. I think I can end here. Okay, I'm sorry that I have taken some more longer time. Thank you very much.
No worries at all. Thank you very much, Doctor. Indeed, we took a little more time than we had, and so I'm sorry for the next speakers. But at the same time, I'm very glad and grateful that you illustrated both the potential and the challenges. I mean, the real world challenges with circularity. I'm in particular very happy that you used the reference to our famous cell phones. You mentioned 69 elements. I don't know if all of you in the room are chemical engineers. I'm certainly not, but that's like the vast majority. There are only 83 stable elements in the whole universe, and out of that whole chemical diversity in the world, we are using at least 69, if not more. So it's quite impressive the amount of complicated components that there is in something that we are all carrying around like if it's nothing. And the value if we were really able to do some waste mining. Another thing I want to emphasize that is really important to underline in the Indian context is this notion of making the formalizing of the repair economy inclusive. I think it's a major hurdle if it is perceived that only a few large companies or large networks would benefit, and the fact that it is distributed for the whole sector to be lifted up makes it more acceptable and more appealing in the Indian context. You've also mentioned skills, research and development, infrastructures. I think the EU is trying to help in the broad spectrum, but it's very good to be brought back to the specifics of a particular industry. And e-waste, because usually it's very expensive machines and that have a relatively short span of life for the amount of money we put into it, are an excellent starting point and an excellent example. So thank you very much for that. I wish I could discuss longer, but mindful of the time, I would like now to give the floor, as I said, to the colleagues who are connected, I hope are connected from Europe, starting with Mr. Wilkes, the Executive Director of ECOS, that is the Environmental Coalition on Standards. He also brings 25 years of professional experience to the discussion. He has been an accredited observer to UNEP, the UN Environment Assembly, the UN One Planet Network. They contribute to a number of impactful campaigns on plastic, on right to repair, the cooling sector, and energy saving. Previously, Justin also worked for the European Industry Association promoting renewable energy. He worked for the WWF and also worked on REACH, the registry for chemical products in Europe. Justin, can you help? Could you hear me? Justin, we cannot hear you yet. If you are here, please open your mic. Justin, 1, 2, 3, test. Okay, let's. Oh, I see the slides. Maybe the volume. Just in last. We cannot hear. So we see that you are speaking, but we cannot hear you in the room. So please give us a few. Yes, now we hear you. Now it's working. So you're warmly welcome. Thanks for your participation. Good to hear again. You have the floor. Justin? Justin, can you hear me? I'm afraid we have lost you again, and there is a lot of echo in the room. Okay, I'm sorry, Justin. For now, we will try and see if we have more chance with Mr. Neil. William, can you hear me? Is it William? Justin. Okay, Justin. Can you hear me now? Okay. Okay. Sorry, Justin. Justin, you have the floor. Please go on. Yes, please. Sorry, he's not able to share. He's not able to share the slides. Okay, now we can see it. Sorry, Justin, you are not full screen. It looks very, very small from where we sit. They are saying that you can put it full screen, but they can't. I'm very sorry for the technical issues. Maybe you can just enlarge and move forward. We can see your screen, but in editing mode. Yes, we do, but please proceed. I think it's going to be okay. Yes, let's move on. Sorry, Justin. Yes, that's a movie. If you could proceed. I mean, just talk us through the slides, and then. Okay, so now they have taken your slides, and we will switch the slides from here. So just please ask the technical team to skip. You can start with the next slide.
essential principles there are best environmental outcome, pollution prevention, life cycle perspective, precautionary principle, systems approach, creative collaboration, and a continual improvement. So also wanted to highlight the importance of that standard that will be soon adopted within the IEC. Next slide, please.
Did we lose the connection?
I can hear you. I can no longer see the connection. I can no longer see the video. But if you can hear me, I shall continue. So if you could move to the next slide. Okay. So here is the Global Electronics Council EP criteria. We participate in the shaping of that eco label, an important eco label for public procurement issues. Covers material selection, product longevity, design for reuse and recycling, and critical rare earths, rare earth materials, responsible end-of-life management, zero waste manufacturing, and water consumption in the supply chain. We are also following a number of other EU eco-design proposals on displays on mobile phones, smartphones, external power supplies, computers, and servers. I won't go into the details here, as obviously we're running a little bit behind time, and I think William might touch on these elements as well. And key within Europe as well at the moment is energy labeling requirements on smartphones, provision of a QR code, energy efficiency rating from A to G, battery endurance per charge cycle, so information on that, repair score, battery endurance, and ingress protection rating as well. So some very interesting labeling requirements coming for smartphones in Europe. Very briefly, if I touch on plastics, I just wanted to touch on circular fishing gear, which is coming out of the European Union's single-use plastics legislation that was adopted back in 2021, if I remember correctly. There was a request from the European Union for standardization bodies to develop circular fishing gear. So that work is now coming to a conclusion, and the EU requirements and guidance has 6 parts. And what we're pushing for is the removal of biodegradation clauses, as we don't think that's suitable for Europe. And we want to ensure that if there is a biodegradation clause, then obviously it takes into account freshwater and marine environments, and we need to ensure that legislation in Europe is ambitious, and where ISO standards are not sufficiently strong, then we need to move forward with a legislative approach in Europe. And finally, the Eco-Design for Sustainable Products Regulation. I just want to touch on this piece of legislation, perhaps more briefly than I would have otherwise done. As on Monday evening, the European Union finally reached an agreement on the Eco-Design for Sustainable Products Regulation, and that's taking the eco-design approach that was only for electronic or energy-related products. That will now apply to all products entering the European Union market when it comes into force. It will apply to all product groups. It will impose, if you like, durability, repairability, reusability, upgradability, and assess the presence of substances of concern. It will introduce the digital product passport for information to be able to travel across the value chain relating to sustainability information, and there will be reporting on the destruction of unsold goods, and that's different from sector to sector. It's quite an important change for Europe, and will have an impact globally. And I just want to leave you with essentially the sectors that will be covered by the new eco-design legislation. That will be textiles, so garments and footwear. It will be furniture, including mattresses, tires, detergents, paints, and intermediary products such as iron, steel, lubricants, and chemicals. So we'll have an impact, and I think it's very important from a trade facilitation perspective that we get the standards right to ensure that eco-design is not a green barrier to trade, but is encouraging a race to the top within Europe and outside Europe. And there I will leave my presentation.
Thank you very much, Justin. And my apologies again for the technical glitches. We could hear most of the words and see most of the slides, not necessarily at the same time, but I think we got the main ideas. And I'm very grateful in particular that you undermined. There could be an impact that goes beyond the borders of EU, and it needs a lot of explaining and awareness raising also in partner countries, including India. So, if you can hear me, I cannot hear you yet. Mr. Neil, the last speaker. Is not online? Okay. Okay, so I was just told Mr. Neil is not online. He's a close colleague. We are both working for the European Commission, both for the Director General for Environment. So I hope I can partly fill in his presentation, or I will give him the floor if and when he's available. But for now, I'd like to resume with the initial agenda, and therefore give the floor to Mr. Ajay Lal, if you don't mind joining us. Mr. Ajay Lal is representing the Bureau of Indian Standards. He's bringing 24 years of experience in certification and standardization, audit and quality management. He notably worked on agriculture, chemicals, food safety, and environmental management. The BIS is a major partner for the CESAI project, the organizers of this conference, and we are very glad that they are represented today. You have the floor, sir.
So, a very warm welcome to all. I am Ajay Kumar Lal from Bureau of Indian Standards. So, as you would be aware, BIS is the national standards body of India, and we are responsible for framing the national standards in all the sectors. Circular economy being one of the sectors which is being dealt by the chemical department in Bureau of Indian Standards. I would not go into the details, but I'll just share that we have 16 departments dealing with various subjects such as civil, electrical, mechanical, medical, electronics. So, like these several sectors are there, and we work with those sectors both for the standardization as well as we have around 40 branch offices all over India which are into certification of those products for which licenses are granted by. So this is brief about BIS. Coming directly to the subject that we have today, if you see, what we mean by circular economy is using the same resources again and again through a flow of the resources. And if you put sustainability into that, would say that it is that state of the system where we are able to meet our own needs without compromising the needs of the future generation. But the three pillars that are there, that is the environment, social, and environmental, that have to be taken into consideration. So both of them taken together would be able to have a system where you have a credible circular economy system. So this is a brief. I don't know whether you are able to see it clearly. But the red line basically refers to the portion which is basically lost or where you are not able to get it. The blue line is. I didn't get. Okay, it's an echo. So how do we solve it? I use this one. No. This one. Is it audible? Is it okay now? Yeah. Okay. So basically, the red line is what is lost in this system, and the blue line is what we say is the portion which we recover. Whether it is by reusing or recycling or repurposing or remanufacturing or refurbishing, whatever you may call, that is the portion that is coming back into the system again. So that is the system where we have to concentrate. It's a sort of increasing the life of the product. If you say that you repurpose the product, for example, a battery that you use in an automotive, if you can repurpose that battery and use it probably in your in-house as an inverter battery and extend the life of that battery, that is also a part of the circular economy. Or if you are able to manufacture that product, maybe by replacing some of the parts, some of the components that may have not gone bad, and then use it for a further period of life, that is also a part of circular economy. And the green is where you are able to do it without affecting the environment. So basically, this is a flow chart of how circular economy should work rather, and if you ask us how we have gone about doing standardization in the field of circular economy, so basically since it was a new subject to us, we have been participating in the ISO directly for this. One of the main areas, I don't know whether you are aware of the way that BIS makes standards. We follow a committee system which is similar to ISO. Only thing is ISO has countries as their members, whereas we have organizations and experts as the members. But we do not do a voting system. We do not go for a balloting system. We have what we call as consensus-based standards, which definitely does not mean unanimity, but it means that you have the major people agreeing to that, or a majority of the people in the committee agreeing to it. The committee represents all the stakeholders which we can get, for example, manufacturers, consumers, consumer organizations, users, laboratories, regulatory bodies, regulators, technologists, all are a part of the committees, and we ensure that all the stakeholders are represented in these committees. So when we went about standardization in this field, one of the main activity that we did was to develop the expertise in the committee, and that was done by looking and engaging various experts that we did. Then the second major thing that we did was we checked out the literature that is available. For example, if something is already available somewhere, there is no fun in doing it again and again. And in this case, this was the most or best approach that we followed, because what we have done till now is that we have been participating directly in ISO with a very strong presence, and we have been very active and participating and you can say contributing to the formulation of standards at the international level itself, so that tomorrow when we intend to adopt those standards as Indian standards, we are at par with the global standards that have been accepted. And so the industry in India is also geared up to have the same standards which are there at the international level. Then we also went about getting feedback from the standards on the developed documents that we had. We did this by organizing various seminars and webinars so that we could get the insight of the experts that we have. And based on that, what we intend to do is we'll prepare those working drafts, and as is the practice in BIS, we send it for what we call as a public consultation, and once we get the views of the various stakeholders, then we finalize those documents. And this is done by this committee that we have in BIS. We have an environmental management committee in BIS which formulates standards related to the environment, and if you see the scope, it includes the life cycle assessments, the greenhouse gas management, the climate change and adaptation, and there are certain exclusions also where we clearly say that these are not a part of the scope of this particular committee. Then if you see the international liaison that we do it with ISO TC 323, that is circular economy, ISO 207, that is environmental management, as well as ISO 265, that is on the carbon dioxide capture, transportation and geological storage. That's also a committee on which we have been actively participating. And these are the documents in which we have been very actively participating, which are being developed by ISO. The first three documents have reached the final stage, that is the FD stage, which is going to be launched very shortly by ISO, and we have been a part of this. In fact, the chairperson of our committee has also been sponsored by ISO for attending this circular economy meetings. So he is one of the regular participants of these meetings. And as Dr. Sandeep told, these are the 11 areas that have been identified by the NITI Aayog in circular economy. So if you can see the various areas that are there: scrap metals, lithium-ion batteries, tires and recycling, gypsum, end-of-life vehicle cases, electronic waste, which sir talked about a lot, and municipal solid waste, agricultural waste, solar panels. So these are the 11 sectors on which work in India is going on in circular economy, and we have also been active in this in the sense that if you see the project reports or the sector-wise reports, there are various tasks that have been provided to BIS in the form of development of standards on them, and we have been doing that. And if you see particularly in the topics that are today, that is e-waste, we have made certain standards. The first two standards are adoptions of the IEC standards, that is dealt by our electrical department that they do. And the third standard and the fourth standard is basically developed by us. Particularly this last standard 17862, if you see, that was a standard that we made for storage, collection, dismantling and recycling of e-waste, and that was based on the CPCB guidelines. But that is in the stage of being revised, because as sir told, the e-waste guidelines have been recently revised by the MOEF also, and that includes a lot of new things, which included that EPR and the manufacturer's responsibility and all those that is going to come. So this standard is presently needs to be revised, and it is under the process of revision. And the second, if you see in plastic waste, if you see, we have two standards that we have specifically for recovery and recycling of plastic waste. One is IS 14534, which deals with the selection, segregation and processing of plastic waste and scrap. And second is the designation system that we have. So if you see in plastic waste recycling, it is mainly the mechanical recycling which is happening in the country. The collection, identification, and mechanical recycling is, I would say, quite successful that can be done as compared to the chemical recycling. And especially, it is very good in case of PET bottle recycling. That is, I think, so one of the success stories in this, where we have been able to do a lot of work in particularly in the PET bottle recycling. However, if you come to the chemical recycling part, I would say it is not a big success, but it is being explored in the country through the pyrolysis process, and the chemicals can be used either for polymerization, but I would not say okay. Uh, I have tried to go very fast with this. And this is the other standard that we have developed, and this is basically why important is that it gives a designation system for the plastics that we have. Typically, if you see, these are the designation system that we use. That is, one is being used for PET and two for HDPE, and similarly all these designation systems are there. So this is what we have been to be able to do. But coming to what are the challenges that we are facing in this, is basically we are not able to get good experts, particularly from the industry. Because if you want to make standards specific to industries, for example, horizontal standards are very easy to be made. But when you come specific to either industries which are, you can say, energy guzzling industries, for example, cement industry or steel industry, it becomes very difficult to include circular economy as a part of their work, because the life cycle assessment initially is very difficult to do. So we are not able to get a good amount of experts in that. And there is a lot of paucity of academic and research people also that are not working into this. So that is one area where we need to work a lot. There's nothing which says that lack of awareness among the consumers, among the stakeholders is very there, because a lot of industries are themselves not aware as to how you implement the circular economy within their own systems. So these are one of the few issues that we have followed or which are facing. And we hope that within the time to come, after we are able to formulate the horizontal standards, particularly in the next stage, we will be able to form sector-specific standards. So I think so. I'll end with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lal, and thank you in particular for being very comprehensive in all the sectors and areas that you are addressing, as well as very candid about the kind of challenges that you are facing. I was fortunate to listen to His Excellency Mr. Jai Shankar on Monday, as he was speaking during a global summit on technology, on the geopolitics of technology, and how India was very mindful of taking up, of developing a number of patents, a number of standards in the years to come in certain sectors that are considered of strategic importance for the economic development and for the self-reliance, for the strategic independence of India. And we also in Europe, we have a lot of different member states and different sectors with different perspectives. So we have had a long experience in trying to convene and bring the people to the table, so to make them realize that an engagement on certain environmental topics was also beneficial from an economic perspective, because it meant improvement in efficiency. And that strong link between becoming greener and becoming more efficient and becoming more economically competitive, I think is a very important and hard to pass message. So we are happy to further increase dialogue on that topic. And it's very important now that we are considering the next phase of CESE. We have in the conference, if not in this room, we have the people in CEN, CENELEC, ETSI, that are willing to engage with the Bureau of Indian Standards and other standard setting body, and also to work on more, I mean, downstream from the standards, to also work on the standardization ecosystem and the acceptability, the market controls that boost the importance of standards and make it more vital and more immediately pertinent to the industry. So let's just keep the conversation open. Next, I'm told that Dr. Aparna Dhawan would be online. I would like just to check if Mrs. Dhawan is online. Yes, we can see you, Dr. Dhawan, I think. Can you hear me? No, it's me. No, it's me.
Can you hear? Christian, can you hear?
Yes, I can hear, but I think we have lost the room now.
I can't hear them.
Yeah, and they are also disappearing from the participant list, so the room is disconnected. Oh no, it's still there. Studio host, it's still there. Okay, I don't know.
If somebody can come where Mr. Ajay Lal spoke, probably we can hear better because we're not sure we can go ahead.
Yeah.
Can you please put it on the text? Yeah. Yes, please.
You are because it connects.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the nice introduction. And good afternoon, the respected delegates on the dais, as well as ladies and gentlemen. I know we are running behind schedule, and having heard the other speakers, I'm looking into the technical glitches which are being faced. I would say that this presentation need not be taken ahead. I would just speak, and maybe now, having heard the speaker and the talks, maybe I would have some new thoughts which I would share and express. So I begin with saying that it's actually a great honor to be here for this conference because, this is an issue which is affecting all of us, regardless of the country where we are present, regardless of the region, regardless of our social status. And we're all transiting today from a linear model to a circular model. And when we talk about the circular model approach of it, we all know that recycling, yes, I agree, is a matter of concern where we are all working together. But there is a need wherein we also look into the design of the products so as to ensure that we have minimal uses of chemicals during the production. We have more of the modeling techniques which we used so that at the end, the reduction of the final product is such that there is a reduction in the waste generation besides the recycling part. So when we look into the standards, I would make my talk now a little generic to update you on whatever are the developments in India. Besides, I will not touch upon because MeitY is already presented. The ISO 323 has already been presented, part of it, and the other part of it is already been done. Just a minute, excuse me, can come after 10 minutes. So when we look into the standards and the regulatory perspective, there have been action taken both at the international and national level, and we are aware about the EU Circular Economy Action Plan. So I will not be touching upon that. But as regards to the ISO TC 323, we are aware, and my previous speaker, Mr. Ajay Lal, has already mentioned that he's working closely in the area of the standard support. The BIS is supporting the ISO committee to standardize the circular economy framework and the actions related to that. In addition to that, am I audible? Okay, thank you. In addition to that, there have been certain actions and acts which have been developed by the Indian policymakers. I will touch upon few of them. One, earlier in 2022, we had an amendment in our Energy Conservation Act, where Government of India developed the aspect related to the regulation and standardization for the energy consumption. And these standards and rules are directed to the appliances, to the vehicles, industrial and commercial establishment in the buildings. And when enforced, the polluter has to pay in principle. So the amendment has been set up such that there is a carbon trading mechanism. There are energy saving certificates which will be provided by Bureau of Energy Efficiency. In addition, we have another policy, which is a National Resource Efficiency Policy, which is being developed, wherein, as already mentioned by my earlier speaker, because I could minimally hear them, wherein there is a move towards minimize the waste through the interventions in the product life cycle, and also to create high value with less use of resources. And once implemented, this will allow the companies as well as industry to take responsibility for their products and demonstrate their commitment to lowering the carbon footprint. The Niti Aayog aspect has already been touched upon, because that's something between Ministry of Environment, Forest, as well as Niti Aayog on the 11 focus area, which Mr. Ajay Lal already touched, so I will not be repeating that. Plus, we have a National Electric Mobility Mission for the electric vehicles, which is being done. And in addition, green hydrogen is being used as a potential solution to decarbonize some hard to abate sectors, which we just spoke upon on refinery, ammonia, methanol, etc. Additionally, there are solid waste management rules which have been notified in 2016. And another milestone which all of you would be aware is the Plastic Waste Management Amendment Rules, which is actually banning the single-use plastic, as well as there are other rules for the e-waste management, construction and demolition waste management, metal recycling processes. So on the regulatory framework, we see there has been a development which has happened at the Indian level. When we talk about the European level, I know there have been a lot of actions and regulations which have been taking place. Another ambit is on the ISO part of it for the development of the standards. Yes, we all see that whole aspect being taken care about. Recycling, remanufacturing, maintenance, repair, and the words which can go on. I wanted that there was a presentation which I developed, which can be circulated to the participants later on, which was talking about the Ellen MacArthur framework, wherein it's not just the technical part of the activity which is required, there's also a biological part of the activity which is required within the industry, within the companies to be taken care of. I'll just touch upon them. Besides the remanufacturing, reuse, and these aspects, it is also essential when we look into the biological part of it, is based on the waste which is being generated, can we use that biomass for generation of electricity, maybe to a smaller extent. Second, the composting part of it, whatever is happening, can we use it for the biogas generation? In addition to that, what is the energy recovery we are trying to work on and focusing on the landfilling part of it for the recovery of energy. And then it is also essential that the landfilling is being appropriately mentioned. Now, when I'm speaking this, all of you would be thinking, why this thought? But just look at the MSMEs and the smaller industries which we have in India. We are sitting in the conference speaking about everything. Are they implementing it on ground up there is a question. So there could be some kind of actions or some kind of driving forces or some kind of policy intervention wherein these clusters, when you have, for example, Government of India is talking about ODOP scheme, one district, one product, part of it for the export. So when you have these clusters, can we think about looking into the aspect of where we have a consolidated approach of activity which has been there? So this was one focus area that I wanted to highlight. The second, as my previous speaker said, is there are standards on management part of it. There are ISO 14,000 series, 5,000 series, 45,000 series, which talk about the environment management principle. There is this ISO 323 is developing standards related to a circular economy. But when we talk about the technical specifications, there is a void and a gap for the industry to implement. How is it that you go through the whole aspect, and how does the industry manufacturer improvise a particular thing during the life cycle development? So when you're talking about that part of it, so another recommendation that I would have is you develop a guidance or a standard in regard to the technical specification. I understand BIS is looking forward to do that, but there is an industry gap, which Mr. Ajilal has pointed out. So maybe off the ground in Delhi, we meet some other time and then look into how CII can support BIS in getting this activity done. We are already supporting CII on the ESG standard development, so we can always support this part of it activity as well. The next, when you're talking about the Indo-European collaboration and the policy perspective on the standardization, I will put forth two more points. We have standards being developed, but is there a possibility wherein we also develop a guidance or a standardized mechanism? If it's been developed, please be excused, on evaluation of the environmental aspects of sustainability during the manufacturing process. How do you ensure the effective monitoring? I know compliances, third-party conformity assessment is the solution for it. But do we have an appropriate harmonized guidelines and activities in this direction so that which we can uniformly implement and ensure is done on ground? The second is if there could be a guideline on categorization of chemicals which are more appropriate for usage during the life cycle of the products, would be my third take on it. The next would be if there could be an aspect which we can say that how do you assess the proportion of reused components in products? What is the guidance on material circularity consideration as well as waste management? I know best practice sharing is an option, capacity building is an option. We are already working with a number of European organizations to build the capacity in India. And also at CII Institute of Quality, we have 4 verticals. One is on the quality and the standards part of it. The second vertical is on the total productive management, for which we're working with the Japanese Institute of Plant Management. And under that, there is already a requirement wherein during the entire life cycle, wherever the productivity management happens, our advisors guide the industry to improvise it. And there is an element of net zero emissions already built in that. The another model which we function is on the business excellence, which has sustainability, zero waste, recycling, digital technologies to be used already inbuilt, for which we have a collaboration with Baldrige Foundation as well as EFQ part of it. But over and above, if there is a standard template which we can follow, there is, because I know local standards are being developed. There are ISO standards being developed, but on certain areas, if we are all harmonized in our approach, it can help us deliver better. So at CII Institute of Quality, the organization which I represent, that is a Center for Excellence within CII, we are continuously working to collaborate with our partners, wherein we can ensure that the industry compliances with regards to the latest global developments which are happening are met, be it digitalization, be it circular economy, be it sustainability part of it. So if there is something which we can collaborate with the partners who are present here, be it the national standards body with whom we are already working very closely, or be it with the different organizations from the European Union, we would be happy to do that. My email ID can be sought from the organizers. And at this juncture, I would like to thank SACI, Sensenelac, for giving me this opportunity to be presenting my views. I know you may feel that there some areas are a little stronger. Yeah, but then I didn't want to come out with some kind of generic guidelines, because when we talk about scheme owners, we have different ones operating in different parts of the world. But there is a need that we harmonize the practice of implementation, because from an industry perspective, it is very difficult for them to meet multiple requirements. So I know I've been very quick and fast, and I did not present for the paucity of time. In case there are any questions, you can either write to me or raise it, but I can assure you there's a lot of problem for us to hear. Thank you so much.
As the CII Institute of Quality, as well as the room to make and strengthen those connections. I'm also very grateful that you complemented the intervention of Mr. Lal in the sense that not only it's hard to mobilize all the relevant stakeholders around the same table while developing a sector-specific standard, but it's maybe even more challenging to take the big picture perspective and to start looking at connections and synergies across sectors, because then it makes a very, very large room, a very, very large table. So thanks so much, and also grateful that you adapted on the fly and didn't put us through the challenge of putting the slide on screen. That saved us a little time, although we are still very, very late. So now I would like to turn to Mr. Dvorak, the chairperson of the European Sensenelec SABE Circular Economy Topic Group and also chair of the environmental committee at Sensenelec. Can you hear me, Christian? Christian, can you hear me?
I can hear you. So, okay, now it's good. Okay, thank you. Shall I try to share my slides? I used the PDF version, so it should be easier than with the PowerPoint. So I will give it a try. Huh? And now I will go at full screen, put this away, and you should see my slide. If you can give me a signal if this is okay. I can't hear you for the moment. Now I can hear you, yes, again. Okay, so I stop screen sharing now. Okay. Okay, then good. Then I have to organize it differently. So we start with slide number 1, or the introduction or the headline slide, SEN Senelec activities in sustainability, environment, and circular economy. I will give you an insight today on how we organize this in SEN and Senelec since a couple of years. And for me, it is always important that we keep these 3 subjects together: sustainability, environment, and circular economy, and that we do not divide them, which I see a certain tendency at the moment in the circular economy standardization community, where we have invented a lot in circular economy, the new TC 323 we heard about, but we should not forget our achievements we have achieved in the past in ISO, IC, and also in SEN Senelec about the classic fields of sustainability and environment, which are important preconditions and important parts and elements of the new headline circular economy. So in SEN, or SEN Senelec, or more in SEN, the whole thing, if you go to slide number 2, sorry, forget it. On slide number 2, you can see that we have the so-called Strategic Advisory Body on Environment in SEN and Senelec SABE. Since quite some years, it goes back to the late 90s, where we installed SABE at the SEN site as a strategic advisory board on environmental matters to SEN BT. So also from the still from the 1990s on, we had an organization called SABE in SEN, which gives strategic advice to the BT. How can future environmental challenges can be implemented and can be solved by using the medium of standards. Slide number 3. In May 2020, we changed the organization slightly, or we extended the organization of SABE to include the Senelec side. So the Strategic Advisory Body on Environment from 2020 on became a joint approach between SEN and Senelec, which sounds quite logical because the environmental importance doesn't stop at the SEN side, but it has also to consider the Senelec side. And as materials and something are used on both sides in non-electrical products and also in electrical products, it is logical that you can only have the full power on these environmental aspects if you do joint activities between both sides. Next slide, please. How did this happen, and why did we do this in 2020? William is not with us today, but he would have told us a more deeper why this happened. It was stipulated to the European Green Deal and of course to the European Circular Economy Package. And as this was and is still high on the European Union's political agenda, we said as SEN Senelec, we have to prepare to make our organization fit for that, because we expect now a lot of circular economy and Green Deal driven policies, where we can support with producing standards and where CEN-CENELEC can play a major role of producing standards which are directly connected to the European Green Deal and Circular Economy package. Next slide, please. So this is how we are organized in CEN-CENELEC at the moment with this topic. As you can see here in the middle, centered the CEN-CENELEC Strategic Advisory Body on Environmental Matters, SABE, which I was referring to. And SABE is on one hand side, as explained, giving strategic advice to CEN and CENELEC BT, but on the other hand side, as you can see here with many arrows around SABE, it talks to other organizations, to other CEN-CENELEC let's say TCs, but also sector forums and coordination groups which deal with environmental or circular economy related aspects. For example, the CEN-CENELEC sector forum on energy management we coordinate with, but also other important coordination groups like, for example, the Adaptation for Climate Change, but also the coordination group on eco-design. So SABE plays here a quite centered role. And on top of that, we communicate with the classical line structure or the TC structure. So all TCs that deal with circular economy, environment and sustainability are members of SABE and constantly report, and we exchange, and what is most important here, we exchange knowledge and hopefully avoid double work. And on the other hand side, we have regular participation within SABE from different DGs of the European Commission, of course, DG Environment, but also DG Grow and DG Energy are regularly attending SABE meetings and presenting the newest development in the legislative scene so that we can early act and prepare ourselves where are standards needed to support the different regulatory initiatives from the European Commission. Yes? Yeah.
CT and circular economy in particular, that's the one I'm serving together with Mr. William Neal. The one on climate, of course, would also look at the aspects related to greenhouse gas efficiency. So that's where it gets relevant to the Indian context, because that makes the connection between the policy side and the standardization side in a very strategic manner. Sorry for the interruption, just finally terms and acronyms. Christian, you have the floor.
Yeah, very welcome. Yeah, very good idea. And yeah, as you can see here, this strategic advisory body plays a very central role to communicate with the European Commission, who's preparing the legislation, and the relevant technical committees and other groups in CEN-CENELEC. So we then sought the teams, the SABE teams and the SABE topic groups. If you go to the next slide, please, you will see how we are organized inside SABE. the first 3 environmental issues in standardization, environmental management team, and environmental monitoring strategy team, we call the classical SABE teams. Why do we call this the classical SABE teams? Because they were there before in the old SABE or in the then only SABE. And they were there, as explained in one of the first slides. They are there and established since many years, since the late 90s, and they deal with the classical topics, environmental management systems, and all the related things. And the circular economy topic group is the newest group, is the freshest group. We thought because circular economy is such a high agenda topic at the European Commission and in Europe at the moment, so we need a separate group to solely deal and coordinate this topic. And next slide, please. What do we do within the circular economy topic group? We set it up to provide a faster and more coordinated response to the horizontal and cross-sectoral standardization needs. What these standardization needs, I will explain on a slide later on. And then we should also internally within Senelec, with the related TCs and other groups, we should also identify and discuss strategic standardization issues that we need and that we need to coordinate with other standardization organizations. Might it be on European level? We have the third one next to CEN and Senelec, for example, ETSI, but also on an international level. Next slide, please. So what do we do? We again support SABE in this special field, circular economy. So we prepare, let's say, the SABE meetings for the circular economy related topics with the experts around. And one of the first action we have done in the last 2 years is doing a mapping on ongoing standardization initiatives and standardization needs related to circular economy. And this mapping provides us a certain state of the art or status quo analysis. Where are standards, where circular economy as such or as or certain subtopics of circular economy are already addressed, and where do we need new standards to support the circular economy action plan and European Green Deal. So next slide. The standards we are aiming for, or we still have in place, or under development in the case of repairability and product durability and the key terms around, we still have them in place on the European level. So we started with defining these concepts on a very horizontal level, including all the key terms and definitions. And we have also standards ready even before we started with the circular economy topic group on electronic and electrical equipment recycling, which we call WEEE in Europe. We have a whole series how to collect and recycle different streams of electronic waste. And we also have one standard which is very interesting, which is complementing this series, which is about preparing for reuse, the EN 40614. Here we set up basic criteria. What should you respect if you prepare a product for a second use, an electronic product for a second use, or some would say to refurbish it. In Europe, we call it preparation for reuse and not refurbishment in this case, because it's a special defined legal term by the European directive. If you go as next slide, you can see the newer developments. Currently, we are working on a huge standardization request. I don't know if you are familiar with this outside Europe. Standardization request is something, kind of task given by the European Commission, detailed to CEN and CENELEC, where we have to make a plan on how to develop certain standards in a certain field. And at the moment, there's a huge standardization request on plastics recycles and plastic recycling, quality criteria of recycled plastics we are working on. And a little bit earlier, we started on the so-called material efficiency aspects for energy-related products. We have published a series which is focusing on extending the product lifetime of energy-related products, the reuse of components, recycled materials to be used in electronic products, and also the use of reused components. And next slide, which will be also my final slide, but I think for you it could be interesting to see what's going on international level, circular economy related TC overview on international and European level. And it's important to again highlight that, yes, here in the middle, we have the ISO TC323, which has circular economy in the title. But this is definitely not enough if you want to coordinate and watch out as a national standardization organization what is going on related circular economy topics. You should not forget ISO TC207, of course, which has all the environmental management systems, which has the life cycle assessment and all important standards. Without that, circular economy would not be possible. And then you should also not forget ISO TC308, which is about chain of custody models, so about sharing information alongside the circular supply chain is very important. And on the electrotechnical side, we should not overcome over IEC 111, which has a lot of sector-specific standards, which deal with, we have FERTRON, which deal with recycling. We have a newest project on sustainable management of e-waste now in IEC TC 111. We have the, together with ISO 207, we have the so-called environmental conscious design. I think this could be also of interest here, because I heard we need more guidance how to better design products for circular economy. And this is something you could learn from the environmental conscious design standard, and so on and so forth. And some joint committees between different TCs here. And yeah, we try to synthesis here in Europe with SABE on the top, and then we go down a different route, mirroring the different ISO and IEC TCs on European level. So this would be my last slide. And again, I thank you for your attention here and for having me at this conference, even if it's only possible hybrid for me.
Thank you. Thank you very much,
so
Christian.
thank you.
like detailed and give us a deep dive in the institutional arrangements that you made between SENS and ELEC to accommodate the scope and the complexity and the interconnection in the circular economy standardization landscape. I think it's also excellent inspiration for GIZ REI and Ragnar that I'm going to call to the stage. Because that's food for thought for CESE and for the GIZ Resource Efficiency Initiative between EU and India to maybe initiate a deeper, more detailed crosswalk between the Indian standards that are already in existence or being developed by BIS and other standardization organizations, and the same in Europe with SENS, ELEC, and ETSI, and try and see where there is the most interest, maybe to work together and to foster more exchange and maybe like a soft alignment between those standards that are developed on both ends. So thank you very much for your participation again. We are now very, very late, but last but not least, I would like to invite Dr. Rachna Arora to the stage. Dr. Arora is the team leader of the resource efficiency project I've just mentioned with the Deutsche Gesellschaft für international Zusammenarbeit, GIZ, or German colleagues. It's a project that is sponsored both by the European Union budget and the German budget. We are very proud. It's I've struggled to say Dr. Arora because I talk to Rachna on an almost daily basis or at least a weekly basis, and she has been one of my closest collaborators during my stay in India. I've learned a lot thanks to her, and she holds in her hand and the hand of her team who are represented in the room, I think, an important part of the jigsaw puzzle for the future of the conversation on circular economy between EU and India. So, Doctor, it's a pleasure to see you, and you have the floor.
Thank you. I think if you can just switch on. Yeah. So given the time, I think we also have still one more speaker. I would just quickly touch upon, I think, what we've just heard from our panelist earlier about what is it that we actually do on implementation as a project, which is also like EU CESE. We also have a project called EU Resource Efficiency Initiative. And this has been running since the last 6 years. This is our final year that we actually closed the project. But as Michael mentioned, we also have another kind of intervention being designed just as we speak. But given the context that both India and EU were so very proactively working around circular economy, at the global level, EU, of course, had a circular economy action plan in 2020, 2019 there. And then, of course, in India, the Indian government was already mobilized to actually talk about mainstreaming circular economy there. This is a joint declaration that is between EU and India, which was signed by the heads of the state, our Prime Minister, and of course, the President. EU actually agreed on it. The ones which are in the yellow, the 4 boxes, are actually something that we have done in the last 6 years on implementation, whether it's policy dialogues, whether it's exchange, knowledge exchange, or whether it's a discussion about policy to practice is what we have tried to implement. So very quickly, I think since the topics, and I'm also a speaker in the next session, which is also on circular economy and plastics and electronics, I'll quickly just leave some thought for the room, just as an overall, I would say, kind of a summary. When we actually talk about mainstreaming circular economy and resource efficiency, this has taken, of course, 10 years that Indian government is now kind of prepared, and it's a mainstreamed agenda. But the realization and all the reports that you actually see, Dr. Chatterjee mentioned some about it. It started with Niti Aayog, who actually thought about it not only as an environmental agenda, but also as an economic agenda where industries need it. So standards are one part of moving that process. Now, where you talk about quality, where you talk about competitiveness, but that's where I think the SDG 12 and the entire implementation framework of that is something that all the documents that the government, Niti Aayog, sectoral ministries, state governments have actually looked at. How do you implement circularity in their given space, in their given rules and policies? So each and every sector strategy kind of talks about producing more, but with less, looking at sustainable consumption, creating areas where you can actually look at consumer engagements, reuse, reduce, repair, all the R's that you can actually think about, behavioral changes through that. And now we have, of course, a mission life, which actually talks about reducing consumption. But then this is what I'm talking about is in totality. Also, sustainability reporting frameworks are crucial, which have now been put forward. Sustainable public procurement is something that everyone talks about, but as Dr. Chatterjee mentioned, something that MeitY proactively did was to actually look at subscription services. And this is not just mentioned in their policy. This is something that they're trying to do through a change in their tendering and procurement policies. And this is a big move when I see a larger discussion around circularity. And there, I think the role that standards could actually play is about products which are put on the market, are quality, and also the product which are kind of end of life or which have a material or a potential for secondary resource material extraction need to also meet quality parameters, which is kind of a bit missing area where I think Michael mentioned in the end that we need more work with the Sense and ELAC and all in promoting this forward as well. So looking at those elements, I think one of the common framework that has been why the Indian government, why the businesses and everyone have actually been touched with the topic of circular economy is about criticality. And I think this is something that COVID in the last 3 years also brought very, very proactively that supply chains are at risk. If we talk about electric vehicles, if you talk about mobility in general, or we talk about solar panels or any area, even when we look at decarbonization requires materials. And that's where criticality frameworks are really, really crucial. So that's one, I think, a common element which was put forward. So global production networks. Now, this is something when we work with the telecom, we have Mr. Arun Agarwal also here, with telecom or with Ministry of IT, it's very clear they don't produce in India, but it's a global production network which is governing the standards and practices all across, not just for India, but global. So when you now talk about using a CRM or an SRM, which is secondary raw material, the extraction or the utilization has to be similar as it is with the GPN, with the global production network. So that's where the industry has shown a lot of resistance, a lot of reluctance to actually adopt something which is only India made, because that will not fly. You can have a policy for India on e-waste, but you cannot have a production for India on electronic and electrical equipment. So I think this is something which was very, very crucial. Then, of course, the Indian government also looked at local manufacturing. And again, an impact from COVID. Now, everything is kind of moving a lot to India. So when it comes to local manufacturing, you really need quality, you really need products, and you need materials in India. We are import dependent. Any electronic material that we actually talk about of the entire lanthanide and the series that we actually talk about, all the materials are critical are imported. We don't have it in India. But now the government of India in 2023 actually released a critical, like a 30 critical raw material framework is now in India. So I think this will also enable that change that we are all looking at. Knowledge products, again, under that joint declaration of intent, we've actually supported the Ministry of Electronics and IT. Dr. Chatterjee mentioned about it. But all of these studies that we actually say are again a knowledge base which is added to the government of India, because as I think Mr. Rajay mentioned, finding experts to do something like this is not a systematic LCA. This is something where we are going to the informal sector and asking them how much do you actually recover. But with that, you can't come with a programmatic shift of how MeitY will design its CRM or a SRM policy. So I think that's why these reports, and they're all available on our website, are actually looking at critical raw materials, are actually looking at monitoring index by which Ministry of IT, especially for electronic equipments, can actually design critical material frameworks, can look at upgradation of informal sector, the scheme that you mentioned. That's image that you see is actually about the 30 materials which the Indian government just identified as critical raw materials. So leaving copper aside, because copper, of course, is not considered anymore because there are recycling technologies, it's not considered as a critical raw material. So moving from that on knowledge as well as on supporting the ministries, we actually look policy to practice, where some of the interventions have been to support specific state governments. This is an example from Rajasthan State Pollution Control Board, where their request was to actually design a waste recycling park. Now, when we talk about waste recycling park, that is not a park only looking at solar panels or only looking at electronic waste. That park in totality is actually looking at all kinds of material streams that you can recover there, which in itself is a very big thought. And that's the park is already announced. There are people who have bid. I think 10 or 12 companies have applied for this. on plastics, since the session was also on plastics. So just giving one more example. And this is also taking clue from the fishing nets, what we heard from our speaker from the EU talk about, that EU is coming up with discarded fishing nets. EU is coming already on a policy on discarded fishing nets, on EPR, using extended producer responsibility. So similarly here, we are setting that context. We work with the Goa State Pollution Control Board, and Goa is the only state which was supported through our project also to have a circular economy strategy. So under that, marine litter, plastics were identified, and that's how we are actually supporting an entire collection mechanism. Now, when we do this, we are not talking to just the Pollution Control Board. We are actually working with the fishing communities to actually set up this model. And when we work with the fishing communities, we spent 1 year to just build a trust that right now this waste was being burnt. Either you burn or you leave it open and then it gets washed away into the oceans. So they're actually kind of now, it's only a small number, 358 kgs, that finally they agreed to collect. Department of Fisheries is onboarded. They want to set up a collection mechanism, put a collection bin where people can actually, the community has agreed to put their discarded fishing nets. And on the EU businesses, we have actually connected a company, which is an Italian company, Econil, only company, I would say globally, which actually collects discarded fishing nets. So they are here and they have done the assessment and they are pretty much happy with the amount of nylon nets that they can get out of this. So I think that's how we try to connect the local as well as the global operations to just see even small changes can bring in the circularity perspective, because companies who are looking at material really require clean supply. They can't just work with, as you see in the image, that's something we have translated in Konkani for the fishing community to understand. Separated from nylon to ropes to everything, then it's a value add material. Otherwise, we can't say everything can be recycled. Of course, India has been recycling, but the quality is important, and only then BIS and organizations as Sense and ELAC can meet to the criteria and the standard that India has to come up with. So that I think is just a lot of food for thought. I'll stop here, but we have our QR code with all our publications in the last 6 years. So please try and reach out. Otherwise, I, Reva and Meher are always here for anything required. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aura. I must say, when I'm listening to you and the progress that you've made in Goa, in Rajasthan, towards this eco park and the vision, I'm a bit sad because I will not see through the realization. It's a long-term journey, but I think the vision, the end goal is what matters here. With that, I'd like to turn to our last speaker, Deputy Director General Arun Agarwal. Thank you very much for your patience. Dr. Agarwal has a Bachelor in Engineering. Is part of the Department of Telecom in Jammu and Kashmir, and a member of the Apex Committee on Circular Economy in the telecom sector. We are grateful for your participation. I know you have prepared slides, but we are already 1 hour late. We started 30 minutes late, and now we are 1 hour late, so I did a very poor job at timekeeping. So we will put the slides on screen, and I will give you the... it's over there, so you can swap the slides yourself. But I would kindly request that we are as brief as possible, and that you pass the main ideas and maybe some concluding remarks on what you have heard in the room today. Thank you so much, sir.
Good afternoon, namaskar to all. I am thankful for inviting me to this session. And I am also lucky to say, because many of the things which I wanted to cover are already covered. So I will be really very brief, and I will look at a different perspective. My first slide is about Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one Earth, one family, one future. That was the theme of the G20 session that was held in September, means the summit was held in September this year. And this theme shows that we should look at the things in a holistic manner. So the whole world is a family, and that is why there is only one Earth. We have no other place to migrate. The whole Earth is a family, and we have a common future. So the concept of circular economy is also intricately related to it. Circular economy looks at the things from a holistic point of view. It not only takes care of the present generation, but of all the future generation. That is why it is sustainable and green development. And India has accorded now a very important priority to sustainable development, circular economy. That is why at the G20, there are 12 commitments, and out of them, 4 commitments are related to sustainable green development and environment related issues. So we have many policies, and the Ministry of Electronics has already come up with the policy and the action plan, but Department of Telecom, taking into account the specific requirement, is now trying to prepare a document that will lay out the vision, strategy, and action plan on circular economy in the telecom sector. So this is all these things all of you know, so I will not waste time on it. I will only talk about circular economy in telecom. That is the last bullet of this slide, which shows that it is regenerative and it takes care of all the things. And finally, in an ideal circular economy scenario, there is no waste, that is net zero waste. So when we are talking about e-waste management, ideally speaking, there should not be any e-waste management. If we are following the circular economy principle, there should not be any e-waste and there should not be any requirement of e-waste management. That is the ideal circular economy environment. And I think though it may not be possible, it may be a utopian concept, but still we may try to approach it. This is just an overview of the telecom sector. India is the second country in the world in telecom sector. We have a very huge number of telephone subscribers, that is 1.18 billion, and we have got about 84 crore broadband subscribers. We have a huge telecom infrastructure, 3.5 million optical fiber cable, and then about 2.7 million base stations. So considering the size of the Indian telecom sector, it is necessary that we should come out with a holistic policy document regarding circular economy. So the aspects of circular economy are already covered, but I will only touch upon one thing, that when I was studying in college, I learned about 2 aspects. One was about the technical feasibility and another was about the commercial viability. But now we are learning the third aspect also, and that is environmental sustainability. That is very important. So just like that GEM Trinity, this is also a trinity: environment, technical, and then commercial. So now I will directly come to Vision 2030 for circular economy. We have been trying to prepare a document on vision, strategy, and action plan for circular economy. There are 6 pillars for it. And then the idea is to mainstream the circular economy principle, the use of IT, the use of secondary raw materials, and then it will be regenerative, sustainable, and inclusive. So these are the various important points of our vision. I think time is very short, so I will just read the highlights. The idea is to mainstream the repaired equipment, reused equipment, refurbished equipment, and then for that purpose, a lot of efforts and a lot of awareness will be required. And then For circular economy, to mainstream the circular economy principle, lot of investment will be required. Then there is a requirement from the government side that there should be adequate standards for this type of equipment for refurbished, reused, and then remanufactured equipment so that they may be procurement. There should be good quality control in this regard also. Next point is about the recommendation or the strategy for it. So we have prepared the draft recommendation and we have done in a very collaborative manner. All the recommendations are in the nature of affirmative action because the industry always has an apprehension that it will increase the compliance burden. But we have tried to prepare the standards in such a manner that they are affirmative, there is no compliance burden, and then they should lead to sustainability. These are the various categories of the recommendation, like there are policy initiatives are there, and then there are other things, regulatory things are there, institutional framework issues are also there, and then you can have a look at them. Just to save time, I will not read them. And then finally, there are many government interventions also are, which I will like to mention that our department is running many policy for self-reliant India, Atmanirbhar Bharat. So as of now, there is no specific element of circular economy inbuilt in them. Now we have proposed in our recommendation that an element of circular economy should also be there. Like there is one scheme, production linked incentive scheme for telecom equipment. So if a manufacturer uses his own design, that he is provided additional incentive of 1%. Now it is proposed that if the equipment conforms to circularity requirement, then additional incentives, say 1%, may also be provided. Similarly, in other government schemes of Department of Telecommunication, like DCIS, Digital Communication Innovation Square, it is proposed that that some quota, that some funds can be reserved for products of circular economy. And in another scheme of the Government of India, TTDF, Telecom Technology Development Fund, there is a criteria for selecting the projects for R&D. And under this scheme, there is one novelty criteria. So it is proposed that under this novelty, there should be some marking for circularity criteria also. So just like that, it is proposed in the recommendation to go for circularity and provide incentive and preference for such product and research. Another important idea, because we have mentioned that we have tried to follow the government of India's guideline of minimum government, maximum governance. So it is recommended that we should follow the IT approach. We should make maximum leverage of blockchain, big data, and then AI for implementation of circular economy. So these are the circular economy recommendations in detail. I am not going to read them because time is very short. This is my last slide. This is just about G20 New Delhi Declaration, and there is a full-fledged para in this declaration on circular economy, which clearly says that adequate importance, maximum importance, should also be accorded to circularity, to environmental issues, and then we should not only look at the economic issues, economic prosperity, but equal importance, or rather I should say more importance should be accorded to sustainability, because that is the foundation. If a methodology, if a process or a product or a procedure is not sustainable, we should not go for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal, for your remarks. Thank you in particular for recalling the positive momentum that was initiated or accelerated by the Indian presidency of the G20, with giving such an important spotlight to circular economy, not only in the leaders' declaration, the New Delhi declaration on a policy level, but also through the launch of resource efficiency and circular economy industrial coalition, which has been formally initiated with FICCI as a secretariat and with the CEO of Panasonic India as a chairman. So there is not only the conversation going on through the Indian presidency, and I trust in the Brazilian and South African presidencies in the coming years, this dialogue on G20 and circular economy is going to intensify, but also an opening for the industry to join in this vision. And indeed, it's a very long-term journey. We realize that getting circular in a sector and across sector is probably going to take 1 or 2 decades. Although the time is very scarce, we have to be realistic that it's a major change of paradigm for the economy and for the industry. So we have to be mindful that the more targets, the more specific performance indicators, the more specific benchmarks and inclusive benchmarks we are, the easier it gets for the industries to anticipate, because the regulatory framework, or at least the direction of travel, becomes more predictable. And so we reduce the risk of investing in the wrong place, or not enough, or not soon enough. So it's a very useful example from the telecom sector. I'm grateful for your participation. With that, and with my most heartfelt apologies for being so late and for taking so much more of your time that was initially planned, I would like to close this session, and thank all of you for your participation.
Thank you, Michael. Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause to all the speakers. Now, I request Mr. Michael Bucky to present our mementos to the distinguished speakers. To Mr. Arun Agrawal, DDG DOT, Jammu and J&K Institute of Communications. Thank you. Dr. Rachana Arora, Team Leader EUREI. Thank you, madam. Thank you for the lovely presentation. To Sri Ajay K. Lal, Head CSDBIS. Thank you, sir. Is Dr. Sandeep around? Oh, he left. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Sir, on behalf of the organizer, I would like to present this memento to you.
And thank you very much also to all the panelists online and to the participants online.
Yeah, so the online will, we will send the memento them to the, because this is the e-certificate, we will be sending to them to the online as well. So I have one request, should we start the next session immediately? You can pick up the tea and come back and start the session, otherwise it will be too late. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I request all the speakers to join for a group photo. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. Our session second. Terry. Welcome, sir. In this section, we have panelists Miss Rachna Arora, not around, she is coming. Miss Anjali Taneja, Senior Policy Specialist and Group Head, CSTEP. Thank you. Mr. Shoel Jaid, Director, Journal Mate. Welcome, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir. They are Miss Shima Shukla, Executive Director, TIC Counseling India. इसमें नहीं होगा नहीं नहीं हो रहा ना इसमें पीपीटी नहीं we have hello we have few panelists who are joining us virtually. Mr. Matthews, Program Manager, ECOS, and Mr. Andres Andre, Chair of Working Group, Energy Environment, MICT. So, virtually हम joined है. Participants are all joined है. कोई भी नहीं है. Nobody is there. वो तो नहीं चलेगा. Any point of the time they did join. एक ही तो लिंक था ना. तो उसमें किसी ने वो ज्वाइन किए थे ये दोनों के नाम पे ये एंडर्स एंड रे एंड मार्कियस अभी कैसे स्टार्ट हुआ उनका दूसरा लिंक है हाँ ये दूसरा लिंक है ये वाला दूसरा लिंक है अभी जो शुरू हो रहा है ये दूसरा लिंक है
Are we discussing about us? Audio, what
so that's what I was go and represent us here. आप अपने आगे point अच्छा option. I think maybe I have no idea. I can have a contact or something.
That's the new comedy.
Actually, it is the right time to be in the climate according then I will see. जिनको session में बैठना हो बिना नॉलेज के मदद So anyway, so what we can do is let's start. ये join किए क्या? ज़्यादा join In the interest of time, I think we should start. I believe we have some more audience. In case if they join, because as per the list they are also one of the speakers. So अगर join करते हैं तो फिर आप मुझे बता दीजिए, ठीक है? So good afternoon, and so we are actually towards the end of this fourth Indo-European Conference on Standards and Emerging Technologies. The objective of this specific session is to have a kind of a takeaway of yours so far, what we have developed as a part of the report. And definitely the report findings will have certain gaps which may not have been covered adequately in the report. So the objective would be to kind of take some of these gaps and present it at the valedictory, which is going to start after this session. But I don't want to have the discussion in a way that you just kind of try to identify what are the specific gaps in the report, but more from your perspective and experience and work around circularity in the plastics and in the electronic waste sector. There are few areas which we would like to kind of really focus on, and then we try to see how these experiences and understanding would fit in terms of our gap analysis so far the way forward of the particular report is concerned. So today we are joined by a very distinguished list of experts working on various dimensions and areas of circularity. And the objective was to have a kind of a balanced perspective from India as well as Europe, because although there are a lot of dissimilarities in terms of the scale, economic growth, population density, and level of urbanization, but at the same time, I feel that there are a lot of similarities existing in terms of cultural diversity, in terms of economic diversity, and specifically the topic which we would be delving in this session. I think the dependence on imports of our materials are concerned. So both these sectors, electronics and plastics, need materials, which both this part of the world, they are heavily import dependent on. And the very imperative for a kind of a sustainable consumption and production, which Rachna mentioned in a presentation in the earlier session, and how we can, through a collaborative approach, can strengthen in both the regions, because it's the need of the hour. So, taking our discussion forward, although as per I was thinking of like going by the list of the order that I had received as a part of the agenda, but since Rachana was one of the penultimate speakers during the last session, so what we will do is we will maybe start maybe from right, Zadi Saab, so we can start with you. And now, interestingly, the work that you have been doing in the electronic space has been very interesting so far. The collaboration in the two countries are concerned. Now, we do have few questions to kind of ponder on, to see that how this experience we would be able to fit in into our way forward or as a strategy. So one aspect that we were looking at and we kind of struggled in our report was the fact that how do we uh, track materials, particularly in the electronic waste sector, because unless and until we have a clarity on the materials that go into the product development and how much would be available in a specific year, we still are kind of struggling, and I don't know to what extent that's predominant or existing in EU, but I don't think so. It's like kind of working in the Indian context, although we do have the EPR regulations in place, but do have some good examples in the plastic space, but I'm not very sure to what extent it's there in the EU. So if you would like to throw some light maybe on those lines to see that how we can move towards a kind of a process that would help us maybe have an inventory of the information of materials going into manufacturing, and how much can be recovered and possibly how they can be used in future manufacturing.
Thank you, Shavik. Since time is at premium, I'll be very short. The wish list is huge, but as Rachna brought out in a previous session also, the manufacturing is not fully in India. Most of the products are imported. And maybe the collaboration could start from there itself, wherein we have a division of processes wherein the data collection could be thought of, starting from raw material acquisition, the product design, the manufacturing, the usage also, and then the collection, the dismantling, the recycling part of it. So there's a huge list of things. I had a certain list of points also, but I don't want to get into that because then I'll only take more of time in it. So the government is there in the thought process of getting this aligned. Critical elements, as was also brought out, are being focused. But the challenge still remains, how do you get the data in place? There's no database, structured database, wherein you can identify what is the exact requirement. To get that, there is a lot of efforts required from both government as well as the industry. Now, as was brought out by a gentleman from the DOT, that according to the JAM Trinity, there's another Trinity which talks about the environment sustainability, the technical sustainability, and the commercial sustainability as well. So industry also has to keep certain aspects in mind where they are not overburdened with the extraction part of it. So we have to strike a balance, and maybe that is where we have to collaborate with ideas from EU in getting some sort of a structured database collection method in place. And as I said, in the 3-4 processes which are there, how do we keep a track of elements being added onto the product which is designed and produced, so that at a later stage, certain, of course, 100% of extraction is not possible, but whatever percentage of extraction is thought of, it is authentic. And the cycle remains till the end point where even the recyclers are responsible and they are able to deliver what they are saying. So I hope what you get what I'm trying to bring out. So maybe technologies like blockchain could be used. So it is again digital which is going to help in that. The manual thing is of course not in any way going to help in that. And maybe at a later stage, the legal methodology wherein you mention about the date and country of origin and things on the box, we could also have some kind of a components being defined, at least the critical elements in that box. That'll set an agenda in place wherein you can have the database available for you to work on. And this could have downward and upward compatibility so that things are in place. I'll take a pause here and then.
No, thanks, Colonel Saab, regarding the way we kind of need to track and inventories data, because there's a saying that um, unless things are measured, it can't be monitored. So unless and until we are able to really measure, we won't be able to really understand and see to what extent we are able to bring in the efficiency in the productivity in the sector. So possibly I'll also come to this aspect when I come to you. But before I come to you, I'd like to go to Anjali and the work that you have done, particularly in the plastic space. Sorry, in the electronic waste space. Well, one of the aspects, the negative aspects which I see in the energy transition is the proliferation of solar PV panels across country. We do have different technologies, but it's largely like kind of silicon PVs, and with a install capacity of around 95 gigawatt now. Most of them would be reaching the end of life maybe another 10-15 years. But more importantly, the exponential growth in solar PV deployment we will witness over the next 7 or 8 years. But at the same time, as we move on with deployment, we will also see a lot of the existing PVs that would come to the end of their life. Now, should we really wait for that particular time to come in, or we should think well in advance to see to what extent they can be taken care of? Although the solar PV is very well considered as a part of the e-waste, and whatever regulations are applicable under the e-waste would be applicable for solar PV as well. So if you can just share about the aspect or the framework that you were referring to so far, bringing sustainability in the end of life management of solar PV, and where you see in terms of policy, technology, and good practices, cooperation between you and India can be promoted.
Sure. Thanks. Thanks, Sovik. Um, so, um, when we talk about PV waste, the general perception is that, as you rightly mentioned, that it The end of life would be 10 to 15 years. Why to bother now? But that's definitely a very wrong perception. So there has to be a attitudinal shift. We are pretty late in any case thinking about, and we should start thinking now very seriously, because when we talk, considering the current installations, that is ground mounted PV installations, we are expecting nearly 4.5 million tons of waste if we reach 2045, which means, and India is expected to be the fourth largest PV waste generators by then in the world. So we have to start thinking now, start getting institutionalized mechanisms in place, whether it at the policy level, at the international level, collaborations through collaborations and technology advancements. Now, the one thing that you mentioned about technology, yes, you are right that there is crystalline silicon technology that dominates the PV space today, but there is also the component of metals in it. Now, when PV gets into the PV waste gets into the landfills, it also generates leaching, generates a lot of harmful gases in the environment, and that basically the incineration process, and that actually leads to more environmental deterioration. And ironically, it's only 5% of that waste that is formally being recycled. So 95% is actually being handled by the informal sector. So when I talk about this framework, the framework basically looks into consideration the fact that if today, it's 15 years down the line, we are talking about now sustainability and we are talking about PV waste management, this framework basically understands that where could the recycling units be established across the country, in various states. And one of the things that we actually identified through our study was that one of the important aspects is that wherever the ground mounted PV panels are, it's important to set up collection centers there itself, right next to the ground mounted PV panels, to reduce the distance cost, and to ensure that those PV panels are taken to the recycling units at the right time and leads to recycling as well as repurposing. At the same time, what we also noticed was that the industry, the off-takers, they are very disincentivized in the PV space simply because they feel that, again, the perception that what is the point of coming in now if we are looking at 15 years down the line. But no, the perception should be rather that what is there next lies for them. So if we are talking about recycling units, there is definitely incentives and schemes that have to come in place for the industry to start pitching in, start building in their investments. So this was a framework that we were talking about. But how can we implement this framework? So one of the biggest intervention I would say in this space is to have a monitoring, recycling, monitoring, reporting, and tracking in a kind of a system, an MRT system, I would call, which at the central level, which could not only monitor the waste but also regulate the waste disposal fee. Today it is all informally driven. It is, and at the same time, when we talk about extended producer responsibility, that could be a bit more fine tuned, a bit more detailed out, in terms of the recycling rates, in terms of the recycling benchmarks that should be developed. Now, how could the industry pitch in? Of course, collaborations have started happening very much in this space now. The government is seriously considering getting the industry feedback. At the same time, collaborations at the international level are very important. When we talk about technology advancements, a lot of PV panels are today imported. They are assembled in India. So we don't have any indigenous technology. So here comes in the best practices from EU, because the WEEE initiative is definitely a winner, a win-win. And what can we learn from that? Because for instance, in some of the European countries, there is a pay as you go and pay as you put system, which is B2B and B2C. Can we learn from that? Definitely. In the Indian context, we can have that mechanism of recycling and repurposing. And lastly, when we talk about technology, it has to be multifunction technology. We cannot rely just on crystalline silicon. So for instance, there is another very environmental friendly metal called perovskite. Now, if we actually have perovskite and silicon together, what are the chances of getting a greener environment? There's much more. And countries like Japan, for instance, and even in European Union, there are studies, R&D activities being carried out to see how these multi-junction technology can lead to indigenous development of PV panels, leading to more environmentally friendly, PV space. So I would pause here, but these are some of the aspects that I've been thinking about in the e-waste segment, focusing on the PV panels, of course.
Very rightly put in terms of the imperative of bringing circularity in the solar PV, because we did a study under the UREI just 4 years ago. And as you were speaking, so we're just looking at the key materials that go into manufacturing solar PVs. And at least given the current technology is concerned, we have seen silver as a kind of a major material. And if we look at silver, India's total consumption of silver would be somewhere in the range of, say, 8,000 to 10,000 tons annually. And we import around 50 to 60% of that silver. So going by the kind of targets that India had set, over and above the renewables that would be needed to produce 5 million ton of green hydrogen, which is around 125, 130 gigawatt. So yes, over a period of time, we would be on one hand using a lot of silver, but that would help us kind of release that material as we move on in the long run. So thanks, Anjali, for those very insightful findings. That definitely complements some of our work under the project. Coming to Rachna, so we have been working on a lot of issues of common interest for many years, and under the UREI, because plastics is one of another sector that we are looking at, and one of the sectors and location where we are working quite extensively on plastics is in the state of Goa. And plastics, which we presented today in the morning, and feel that India is a very cost conscious kind of a society. And the reason for much of downcycling of materials across various sectors, including plastics, have been to really cater to the need of the cost conscious consumers. And whenever there are kind of difficulties, we have seen very limited interventions coming in the form of efforts to bring it back to the recycling facilities. So here we depend a lot on the behavioral part and the economic dimensions. So if you would like to throw maybe some light on the work and how you feel maybe these 2, 3 aspects play an important role, and a little bit on the collaborative opportunities that exist between India and the EU.
Sure. Thanks, Shavik. But before I go to that question, just because the earlier question, which was addressed by the co-panelist, something on the data that you actually mentioned. And coming to plastics, I think you mentioned about the EPR portal. I would still say the data gap that was existing till last year isn't what we talk about now, at least on plastics. And same approach on data, even for the EPR portal, which is end of life, but at least the Indian government's intent to have that kind of a monitoring is really, I would say, something to really, understand what kind of investment is going from the government side on at least the EPR end of life stage. So just on numbers, currently, I was just looking at the EPR portal. Close to 18,000 PWPs, plastic waste processors, are registered. It wasn't a year earlier. It is now. And registration is not that you register. Everyone can register, and that's the same on the e-waste also. You have 587 recyclers, but when you go on the ground, they're not recycling. It's leaking back to the informal. But here, when they actually put a recycler, they have a monitoring mechanism. The third party, abhi it's not in place because the portal is just coming in. First, they are just offering, like EU, like Europe, they've offered people to come penalize if you're penalized if you're not registered. So that's one element, and the other is the input material, where each and every brand owner, producer, importer, and the hue and cry we had in the country from last year till now, 30th November was the deadline. 4.1 million tons of plastics we generate in the country, 3.8 is on the portal, which can be monitored by any SPCB, any CPCB official, anyone, at any point in their day-to-day operations, right? So I think the portal is there. And similar would come on e-waste. fortunately or unfortunately, I would not say it's the best approach. But my point is, at least the intent to have data is pretty much there from the government on whenever they talk about anything to do with the materials, whether it's solar PVs, it will come na? With the EPR, whatever has been come through tires, e-waste, everything is going to be on this portal. Sorry, waste to oil, everything is going to be there. With industry will have to bear or cooperate or whatever, na? Because the government is trying to do its best. Na? The other is also on the monitoring, that we also heard and see the notices that have gone out to the pollution control boards who have not been effectively being able to monitor the recycling industry as such. Na? So I think there is a big disruption which is happening in the market with the digital portals. And I think this will bring at least some amount of traceability in the market. So that's one approach. And I think that's common to e-waste and plastic. So I want to highlight that. The other, when you talk about Goa, we also see at the state level. The Goa State Pollution Control Board, Reva and I was just traveling a day before, they actually mentioned on consumer awareness, they're trying to do something called a deposit refund scheme. So if I today buy a plastic bottle, I know I have to deposit from a retail shop, any retail shop. I don't have to go to the same, but I know I have to deposit and I have paid when I bought 5 rupees extra. So I'll go and deposit it back. We have even gone to calculating the levels of if I buy a beer bottle or if I buy a plastic bottle or any other plastic packaging, how much do I have to pay? And consumers have expressed interest in Goa, which is 1 million population. They've expressed interest. They are willing to do if the city is clean, places clean. They've liked that approach. But the tourist, no, we also did surveys with the tourist, and they were like, "Why should I? Why should I? And I'm here for a week and I don't care." But the infrastructure of that city or the state is disrupted when you have a 19 million floating population who comes and goes out of the city. And then it is the city government to manage that waste. So I think this is where we require a national level. When in the PWM recent notification of 30th of October, they've actually put DRS, deposit refund scheme, also as a market instrument, which states ULBs are free to decide and design. They are not saying you do for plastic or PET for on. But right now, if the state government is doing it, and of course, industry would stand and say, oh, this was already the best material. Na? You're taking over PET, which is never found in litter. You're taking away beer bottles or glass bottles, which are never, or even if it is in litter, it is broken. The point is, the state government clearly said, we actually don't need your input on how will the market function. You just need to do a baseline to check whether consumers are sensitized, what is it, how much their willingness to pay, are they willing to do it? And secondly, also looking at the important aspect of how do we now set up the scheme, my excise department. So just having bottles that are sold in Goa will have a QR code. Now that's where the digital, which she was mentioning about, comes into play. And state governments still have that kind of a mandate to decide that in Goa we will not sell liquor if it is not having this QR code. It's gone to that level of a discussion. So I would say any state or a brand, if that gets into engaged into that process, can actually bring a change. So it starts at that level, and it requires a lot of ecosystem to be built together, whether it's public or private sector. Even in the public sector, the excise department has to understand how much, why should we do for this and that product, no? The local bottling industry vis-a-vis the, no, any global brand that actually talk, everyone has to come on board. And I think this is where it takes a lot of time and very easy to say, oh, the system collapse or it will not function in India. And this is where I think it requires, especially we see from the global bands, to actually kind of agree to it. Uh, when you actually have a DRS functional in Germany and you have an informal sector who doesn't let the system go into waste or any material land up, I think it requires that kind of a willingness also from the brands to come forward and say, yes, we tried for India with a different kind of a mechanism. So, yeah, I think that's my input just as a thought for how it works on the ground.
Very helpful, Rachna. In fact, the first point which you very clearly reiterated about the fact that we have seen a kind of an exponential improvement over what we saw till last year and this year. And I was looking at and tracking the kind of registration happening and the expansion, the overall capacity of recycling in the country. Um Yes, plastic actually came in the limelight, the discussion so much over the last few years. The government, in fact, uh, kind of channelized their attention towards this sector. E-waste, I think, is taking a kind of a very steady growth in terms of the formalization and with the Ministry of Information Technology playing a monumental role here. And I think the best part of the e-waste is that we do have 3 or 4 major ministries who can play an important role, but that's not the case with the plastics concern. So there's only one ministry, so a lot of attention on the ministry to see what they have to do, how they are implementing the policies that have been announced over the last few years. And the second aspect, I think the Goa is definitely a very interesting state, given the kind of footfall it has so far tourists are concerned, and that's one of the source of revenues and livelihood opportunities for lakhs. So by I think there is a kind of a very strong economic case that we were discussing, that how they need to keep it clean and which will further help them to kind of sustain their livelihood, and the state would be able to generate revenue. And the final on the behavior, I think even understanding, because very late we have started understanding the importance of behavior in promoting circularity. At least it has been mainstream. Not said that we did not understand, we used to understand, but giving the importance at the policy level, at the macro level, has been a kind of a more of a recent understanding. But it's good to see that policies are giving due recognition on the bottom up approach towards it. So thanks again, Rachna, for those. So coming to Seema about the work and on the work that you have done around electronic waste. So obviously I'm talking about electronic waste, but it can be for any other materials as well. And as we were discussing about the importance of the material, so it's again a kind of a data that flows, understanding where what material has gone into manufacturing a specific product further and subsequently down the consumption production value line, what has been added, what has been consumed. So uh, so quite often we don't know how much actually were brought into the product and how much is finally released. It becomes very easy when we are in a kind of a more small setup, input, throughput, and output. But in a kind of a large multi-state value chain, measuring that one is extremely challenging. So maybe from your work, if you would like to share some aspect from the EU perspective, and then how we can possibly take it in the Indian case.
Thank you very much, Souvik, and thank you, the panelists. I can hear that they are all very, very technical person, and I come from the tech industry, which are more into the monitoring side of the testing and certification side of it. But I'll definitely like to share my experiences from the EU, because we have been working closely with the Commission through our headquarter. And I'll say that this EU design rule, which has been quoted during the last session also by our speakers, there is a concept of the digital product passport. So when we say digital product passport, that means that the product which is being designed, it needs to be tracked, traced. So it's right from the raw material. So that means the EU, once we say that the Commission has brought up this regulation and we have the imported products, that means it will have an implication to the Indian industry as well. And we have to actually adopt it sooner or later. And we have to be part of this bit, tracking, tracing, and refurbishing. So entire purpose is the EPR, that we know where the material is used, where the product has gone, how the product is refurbished, or what has been done to the product. So end of life kind of a scenario. And I would also like to quote, there's a very interesting project going on in EU, which is called as BAT Raw project. This BAT Raw project is intended to support this kind of a digital product passport scenario, and it is generating a raw material it feeds actually to the European Commission's raw material information system. So their RMIS system is being fed by this information on where the raw materials are available. Of course, the European Battery Alliance project has been running for like almost like 5 years from now. It has been very successful in setting up the, example and global collaborations. And similarly, this project is also going to support on this particular, especially in terms of the data tracking and other things. So just to add upon it, I would like to touch upon one more factor on the investments, because I mean, I would rather quote, I may be incorrect in quoting some words, but the Spanish minister who's representing the commission, he quoted that if you want a greener product, it is the brain which needs to be think greener. So that means it says that it's the product, the producer's responsibility. Right at the design stage, they have to think that the product is designed in a way that it can be used, refurbished, and I mean, it can be actually, there has to be an efficiency. We can take out the minerals, we can do the urban mining and all those things. I would just like to talk about the EU taxonomy rule as well, because the EU taxonomy rules talks about, it gives an idea on the where the investments can be done. And with tech, we have done a study to develop that eco investment opportunities for the tech industries. But we will be happy to work it further with any other sector, any other industry, to understand which our areas are there. I mean, we can always extend the sectors where we get them, but this will be really important that we give the incentives. We are clear where we have to do the investments, because this will not, I mean, from the Indian context, I'll say, because we, I don't see the circular economy only as a terms of, environment, avoiding environmental degradation, but I see circular economy and e-waste management as an economic point of view, to manage the poverty, to get the job creations, to get new startups, to help SMEs. So it's not just about environment, it also, from the Indian context, when we do this, I mean, the example is there. The European Battery Alliance project is a very good example, because they have actually given support to a lot of SMEs and startups, so that the entire infrastructure could be created. And I actually go with what Anjali has said, that it's informal. So now, in case you want to actually bring these informal waste, people, rack pickers and others, an incentive, a mechanism has to be drawn where they can, I mean, investment needs to be done in a way that they start actually be involved in this value chain creation. So this is from my side. Thank you.
Yeah. So in fact, touching upon the investment need, which I think you touched upon, is definitely a value addition. Although in our report we found it, but quite often the business case is not very clear. What would drive the investments in a specific sector? It's largely understood that in these spaces, it's the kind of regulatory measure which becomes the kind of the first enabler to facilitate the investment. But I think with the government also thinking at times that if there is an inherent business case in the medium term, so why we need to like kind of pitch in. So, but yes, I think the fact that there are good practices emerging in another country and opportunities being created, that would definitely lead to more attention by the government to align and take up policies to support investments in the country. So I think we, in a way, have touched upon most of the points in our questions, a list of questions. But one thing I'm little kind of interested and possibly maybe anybody of you can actually touch upon. In fact, all of you can little touch upon the fact that uh, with the EV revolution, we see a lot of attention on critical materials and lithium being one of them. Um, now, in the context of bringing collaboration in terms of research and development so far material recovery is concerned, um, it was expected that certain EU companies to come and invest to make the material recovery more economical, which I'm not very sure to what extent it had happened, and it's the kind of same limited number of players kind of producing recovering both in the pyrometallurgy and then going to the hydrometallurgy. We have the black mass, but whatever limited understanding we had, the black mass is kind of getting exported for recovery in a different country. So we have not been able to really set up that kind of infrastructure in place, because we keep on hearing about this in different conferences and different events and workshops. So maybe anybody of you would like to kind of really pitch in, because this particular sector actually stands in between the energy, the sustainable transport, as well as circularity. So maybe wearing a kind of a multiple hat, maybe going a little beyond what we are supposed to cover. If you can just touch upon whatever you feel that could facilitate the transition to circularity in the LIB space, great.
Okay, so in battery, as you rightly said, we don't have the wherewithal or the technology to extract the correct thing. But one thing which has happened correctly is the compulsory registration. At the initial stage itself, you get to know how much is how much are the input elements there and what is the expected outcome from that. That is what should be there for every product. As you rightly brought out, the intention of the government is correct, but implementing things on ground takes certain time. When the rubber hits the road is the challenge when it is there. So I'm not in a position to tell whether European investors have come and put a recycling plant where the battery extracts can be done. But as you rightly brought out, the black mass is being exported, and that is what is happening. But with the compulsory registration, if we have the details of what is expected out of it, it will certainly help further ahead. I'll pause here.
Thanks. Yeah.
I would just like to add that probably, I mean, we need to actually look into two things which I think we need to take here. One is the technology transfer. I don't know how smooth, I mean, the technology transfer process in India and the EU that needs to be worked upon. Um, uh, I mean, for these, especially the EVs and other. And of course, I don't. I mean, I'm really not sure whether it's in the priority list of the EU. Though it is for the Indian context, it's very important. But I have not seen this in any of the discussion with the EV in the when we talk from the EU perspective. So I think we need to generate that interest, and they should have see the benefits associated with it to go in for that.
So thanks, Sima. In fact, um, I have started getting kind of a warning signal to kind of close this session. So I don't know if we still have the two external participants online. Okay, so we have been able to save some time with confining our discussions to all the four physical discussions. So I don't have anything to kind of summarize. So possibly a little bit of a summarization would be done in the valedictory session, and my colleague Trinana is already put together the key discussion points through this panel discussion. So this brings me to the close of our final, rather penultimate session of this workshop. So please join me in kind of giving a round of applause to our speakers. Yeah. Yeah. So no thanks. I think the best part was that the panelists were like kind of really very specific. Although the questions at times were like kind of open-ended, but giving specific strategies and outcomes that really helps one to understand the findings of the questions becomes helpful. So thanks again, and I hand it over to the organizer for the next round of announcements.
Thank you so much, the distinguished speakers. Let's give them a big hand for the beautiful session. May I request Dr. Subramaniam is here? Acha. May I request the moderator, Mr. Bhattacharya, to present the mementos to the distinguished speakers. Anjali Taneja. Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. Yeah. To Colonel Zaidi, Director General MAIT. To Ms. Seema Shukla, Executive Director, TNC Council of India. And do we have for Dr. Rachana again? You already have, right? Yeah, that's the reason. That's the reason I did take your name. Now, may I request Colonel Suhail Zaidi to present it to the moderator. Thank you so much. May I request all of you to join for the valedictory session ASAP because it's already started. Thank you. Now we go all up, sir, for the valedictory session.